Good morning, and thank you for watching the KTVB Plus, KTV.com stream of traffic conditions here in the Treasure Valley this morning. I'm News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are out on 184, the connector headed out of Boise this morning. So far, road conditions are looking pretty well this morning as well. Roads are looking a little wet. We're kind of keeping tabs on what we're seeing out here this morning. Wet roadways, a little bit of a slush kind of looking in some places. Many of the major roads, the large arterials like Fairview, Chinden, those roads are looking just wet this morning. Temperatures are hovering around 33, 34 degrees here in the Boise area. That's what's kind of keeping some of those melting conditions out there melting so far. We've heard of a list of a couple of school closures, but we do know the West Ada School District is in session today, so that's something to be aware of. You can check out school closings right now too on KTV.com, as well as texting the word to 208-321-5614. Closing is that word, or closures is the word you'll want to search there as well. But again, back out here on the interstate, we are seeing pretty good conditions right now. We're headed out west of the Boise area. We are now merging onto I-84 from I-184. And not much traffic to speak of right now, but once again, conditions are pretty clear out here. We'll be keeping you up to date on road conditions throughout the morning here on KTV, KTV.com, and KTVB Plus. So stay tuned. We'll have another update here in a little bit, just as we're kind of traveling out here along the roads. Good morning. Thank you for watching the KTVB, KTVB.com, KTVB Plus stream of live road conditions here on from Channel 7 this morning. I'm Tyson White from News Channel 7. We are out on the interstate headed westbound to, we're going to head out to our ACHD cams actually right now. So take a look at that. We've got some things to want to be paying attention to out there. So pay attention, slow down, be aware of slick conditions out there in the Treasure Valley. Good morning. Thank you for tuning in here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus. You are looking at a live shot of I-84 headed westbound. We are just about to pass the Karcher interchange, exit 33. So far this morning, road conditions, at least out here on the interstate, are pretty clear. Wet for the most part. There's been a few kind of cloudy areas that are maybe a little bit of slushy snow. And so far, road conditions are pretty good. The thing we're noticing, though, is quite a heavy traffic load headed eastbound into the Boise area this morning. So folks are maybe getting out early and kind of beating the commute, the bigger rush this morning out there. So that might be a good idea, as road conditions right now are clear. No accidents to report right here on the interstate so far between Caldwell and Boise, westbound that is. But as we left the station this morning, headed into downtown to start our commute, snowy, slushy roads. The temperatures have been kind of hovering around 33, 34 degrees all morning long. So my photographer Troy Colson and I have been kind of keeping an eye on road conditions, and what we're seeing out here so far, calm this morning, which is good considering what we saw yesterday as the interstate, the connector was closed in and out of downtown Boise for a time yesterday morning and through the afternoon. And then just road conditions all across the valley yesterday were kind of treacherous, and it sounds like crews, it looks like crews have gotten a good handle on things this morning. So that's what we're kind of keeping an eye on right here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus. You're seeing this stream throughout the morning. We're keeping tabs on road conditions thanks to our ACHD traffic cameras, and of course our live shot here in the car and the news rig. Traveling around the valley, we're going to get into the Caldwell, the Canyon County area here in a bit and see what roads are looking like out here. And we'll be live throughout the morning. We're going to keep you updated on road conditions. Also, something to keep in mind too, there's a few school closures out there, but we do know so far this morning, Ada County, or West Ada School District, that is in session today. So parents and students out there, you will be headed out to school for West Ada. So pay attention to that. You can text 208-321-5614 for the latest school closures. You can text the word closure or closings to that number to get a list of school closures in the area. And we'll also be streaming those on the bottom of our KTVB Channel 7 stream as well. So you can also find that list on KTV.com. We'll check in with you here in a bit and throughout the morning on the road conditions. Again, we're out in Canyon County. So far, roads are looking clear. We'll have another check here on KTV.com and KTV Plus. Good morning. Thank you for watching here on KTV.com and KTV Plus. We are out on the roads this morning, keeping you up to date on road conditions. I'm News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are currently headed eastbound on State Highway 44, State Street, into the Middleton area this morning, and this road is snow covered. This is, we're going a little bit, it's quite a bit slower actually than the speed limit out here. Traffic so far on this road, Highway 44, minimal. There's a bit of traffic headed westbound out to the Interstate, but nothing really too concerned about. It is snowy, so that means it's going to be slick out here. We do see a little bit of sand out here, and that may be from the sand trucks that are out at the interchange at Highway 44 for the ITD sand shed out there. We just got off the interstate. The interstate is looking pretty good this morning. It's wet in most places. I will note, though, we have seen a temperature drop from Boise to Caldwell. 28 degrees is what we're seeing here in the car, around the car this morning in the Middleton Caldwell area. That means it's cold out here and it's below freezing out here, so that's going to make some of those roads that may have been wet or may have been treated slick. So that's something to be aware of. If you're out in the Canyon County area headed into the Boise area, you're going to see a improvement, if you will, of conditions from Caldwell to Boise. Most arterials, though, they're still seeing a bit of snow like we're seeing here on Highway 44. We're going to head into Canyon County into the Caldwell area here in just a bit and see what things are looking like there. Maybe on the Cleveland Boulevard and into downtown Caldwell and Nampa as well. See what conditions are looking like out in those areas. Something else to note too this morning, we do have a handful of school closures out there. Boise and West Ada school districts, though, are in session today. We have heard from both school districts. They are saying they are in session today. So kids and families out there, it's not a snow day today for Boise or West Ada. You can text for other school closures, though, this morning. You can text our newsroom, 208-321-5614 for a full list. You can text the word closures or closings to get that list of school closures out there. Right now, though, again, road conditions, for the most part, Interstate 84, east and westbound, looking pretty good this morning. Wet conditions, but as you head out in the Canyon County area, it's below freezing in many places out here, so there is slick roads. We're on Highway 44 right now, snow covered for the time being. We'll have another update here in just a little bit here on KTV.com, KTV Plus. Thanks for watching. As well, you can check out all the latest updates and closures online at KTV.com. Good morning. Thank you for watching here on KTVB.com and KTVB Plus. We are out on the roads this morning, keeping an eye on road conditions this morning. And we have seen kind of a deterioration of road conditions here in the Canyon County area this morning. We are on Chinden Boulevard 2026, just crossing over I-84, heading into the Caldwell area this morning. And you can see we've actually seen a little bit of an improvement over the bridge deck here at I-84. Roads are snow covered out here in the Caldwell area this morning, and it's slick. We came and turned off of Middleton Road onto Chinden Boulevard and kind of did a little fishtail there. So if you're out here in the Caldwell area, slow down and getting ready to head out for your commute this morning to school or to work or wherever. Slow down, give yourself extra time. Be aware that road conditions out here are slick, and it's colder out here in Canyon County as well this morning. 28 degrees is what we're seeing here around the car this morning. So it's it's below freezing. So what's out here is freezing on the roads. In the Boise area and the Ada County area, we were seeing wet and slushy conditions and temperatures hovering around 33, 34 degrees. So it changes depending on where you're at. Out here in the Caldwell area, again, we're seeing those roads kind of snow covered. Kind of something we're noticing too is you can't see the lines that are painted on the road. So the lanes are kind of disappearing into that snow. So just be aware of your surroundings. Give yourself extra space between you and the cars around you. And slow down. That's kind of our biggest message this morning. Slow down. If you need to, give yourself extra time. Maybe leave a little bit early, or maybe wait till the majority of the rush hour commute is over and head into work or to school or to go out and do whatever you need to do this morning. Something else of note this morning, Boise and West Ada school districts are in session today, so that we've been heard from both of the school districts. If you would like to know about your school closings, or if you have a question about your school district, you can text the word closing or closures to 208-321-5614, and we'll send you a list directly to your phone of the school districts that have let us know that they are closed today. Or you can head to KTV.com further on this page to find those closings as well. Again, we are out in the Canyon County area. We're about to head over to, or getting close to, the College of Idaho campus here in the Caldwell area to see what's going on. Roads are snow covered out here. We have seen plows out working. They're kind of clearing some of that snow off the interstate on the shoulders. Also seen some plows clearing some of the overpasses out here too. So big message this morning. If you're headed out, slow down, pay attention, and be aware of snow-covered roads, especially out here in the Canyon County area. We'll be live all throughout the morning here on KTV.com, KTV Plus, as well as on Wake Up Idaho, to keep you updated on road conditions. Thanks for joining us. Good morning, and thank you for joining us here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus this morning. We are out on the roads this morning here in the Canyon County area, keeping you up to date on road conditions. We are in the Nampa area now. We're just at the Karcher interchange on the Cleveland Boulevard. We're heading from west to east here, about to get up to the former Karcher Mall area out here. But we've kind of seen a quick change in road conditions between Caldwell and Nampa this morning. Roads in Caldwell were snow covered and slick. Here in the Nampa area, roads seem to be almost clear of the snow. There's a little bit of slush in the median, and it looks like some pooling slush and water in some of the kind of the road, the travel lanes, I guess you could say, and a little bit of difference there. So, but the big message, it's slick in some places out here, so be aware of that if you're in the Canyon County area and headed into the Boise area for your morning commute. We do know of a few school closures this morning, so that's something to keep an eye on and be aware of. We have a full list on KTV.com. You can also text the word closures or closings to 208-321-5614. and we'll send a list directly to your phone. We do want to note that CWI is holding classes today and is open all day today, so be aware of that, students and that are headed to College of Western Idaho. Again, back out here on the roads, though, we are kind of keeping tabs on things, and we've seen kind of just about everything this morning when it comes to road conditions. Slush, ice, some snow-covered roads. Highway 44 and Highway 2026 Chinden Boulevard both saw snow covered out there in the Middleton and Caldwell areas. Here again in the Nampa area, you're seeing we're looking east on the Cleveland Boulevard roads. You can see the lines. Things seem to be pretty clear here. A little bit of light snow, light slush out here, but nothing too concerning that's causing any major delays or anything like that. We did notice an increased volume this morning heading into the Boise area, so be aware of that. If you do need to commute this morning, you probably want to give yourself some extra time, slow down, and be aware of your surroundings. Give yourself some extra space between the cars in front of you. As I mentioned in our last KTVB Channel 7 Wake Up Idaho hit, cars are just kind of darting in and out and not slowing down and not paying attention. So not to call anybody out, but I'm calling you out. Slow down, give yourself some extra time, and be aware of the people around you. Some people may not be as familiar as driving in snow conditions as you are. So just be aware and be courteous of your fellow drivers out there this morning. Again, we are live throughout the morning here on KTV, KTV.com, and KTV Plus, keeping you updated on the road conditions. We are also sharing our ACHD cameras to let you know of any incidents that we see out there. But so far this morning, we haven't seen anything major as in the way of crashes, slide-offs, that kind of thing. But just want to let you know things are a little bit icier, snowier out in the Caldwell, Canyon County area and the western edge of the Treasure Valley than they are in the Boise area. So temperatures are fluctuating as well. And Hector has been mentioning all morning as well on KTVB on Wake Up Idaho that we could see more snow and some rain moving into the area this morning as well. So be aware of that. That could hinder the morning commute a little bit later on this morning. So for a full list of your school closures and updated weather, you can check out KTVB.com. You can also text the word closing and closures to 208-321-5614, and we'll send you that list of school closures this morning. Again, West Ada, Boise School Districts, and College of Western Idaho are all in session today. We'll have another update here on KTV.com and KTV Plus as we are continuing our live coverage of road conditions throughout the morning. Good morning to you here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus. I am News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are out on the roads this morning. We are in Canyon County. We're out in the Nampa area, actually. We just passed the Nampa Rec Center. We're out here on 12th Avenue, headed south out into the Canyon County area, that is. So far, here in the Nampa area, road conditions are pretty decent. Roads are clear for the most part, major roadways, that is. Side streets, they are seeing some snow and some slush on them still, but the Nampa highway districts have really gotten a good handle on the main arterials out here this morning. Wet conditions, we're seeing that mist coming up off of tires as you're driving out here on these major roadways. The big change, though, as we came from the Caldwell area to the Nampa area, was the temperature. We've warmed up just a little bit here in the Nampa area, about 29 degrees. It's about 27, 28 degrees in the Caldwell area. And then the Caldwell area, we're seeing snow-covered roads, even the major roads like Chinden 2026, Highway 44, and the Cleveland Boulevard were snow-covered as well. But we kind of saw a real shift, almost a line that is, about midway on the boulevard between Caldwell and Nampa, where it went from snow-covered to clear roads. So it really depends on where you're at this morning, where you're headed out, or where you're leaving from this morning. Really pay attention to those road conditions. In your neighborhood, the roads may be slow or snowy, snow-covered, maybe icy in some places. Once you get out to the main arterials, though, in most locations, road conditions do improve for the most part. We haven't seen any big incidents or accidents yet this morning. We've seen maybe a semi or two pulled over on the side of the road on the interstate, just kind of maybe checking on a tire or something like that, but no accidents that there to speak of there. We have seen plows out along the interstate as well this morning, kind of clearing some roads and clearing ice and stuff off of shoulders. Another thing we really want to let you know about, there are a handful of school closures this morning. We do know, though, Boise School District, West Ada School District, and the College of Western Idaho are all holding classes today. So sorry, kiddos, there is no snow day for Boise and West Ada kids. However, there are a few other areas that are holding those school closures, and you can get that school closure list right now if you text the word closing or closures to 208-321-5614. We'll send you that list directly to your phone. You can also find that list online at ktvb.com. Hector has also been talking about this morning some snow and some rain returning to the area. We could see probably another inch or so in some places, depending on where you're at out there. So we've been kind of keeping an eye on the forecast throughout the morning as well. Some of the big things that we're watching is that those road conditions throughout the morning here in the Treasure Valley. The Ada County area, when we started our commute this morning about 5 o'clock, roads were pretty clear, wet out in that area. The side streets were seeing some slush and some snow out there, but Ada County Highway District has a good handle on the roads out in that area as well. ITD has a real good handle on the interstate, headed west out to the Caldwell area. We saw wet conditions. We didn't really see too big of snowy or slushy conditions out there. So right now, though, again, we're on 12th Avenue. We're headed south. We're about to turn back around and head back into the Nampa area and kind of check out some other roads, but right now, the commute is looking pretty good. We do see quite a few people. Maybe they're heeding that warning of getting out early and getting to work or to where they need to go early before the commute really kicks in. But the big message today, depending on where you're at, slow down, give yourself extra time, and prepare for snow-covered roads in many areas. Some of the big things that we're kind of keeping an eye on, though, the main roads, the main arterials, they're looking good in most places. We'll be live right here on KTVB.com, KTV Plus, and of course throughout Wake Up Idaho with the latest road conditions all morning long. Thanks for joining us right here on KTV.com and KTV Plus. Good morning here on KTV.com and KTV Plus. I am News Channel 7's Tyson White, and we are out on the roads this morning, keeping tabs on road conditions as we've seen some snow overnight, and we continue to see that chance to continue throughout the morning here in the Treasure Valley area. We are in Nampa right now on the Garrity Boulevard, headed east into the Meridian area, that is, and my photographer Troy Colson and I are just seeing these conditions kind of fluctuate as we kind of travel just a few hundred feet back to the west here in Garrity. It was snow-covered roads. We're starting to see that pick back up again, but it kind of fluctuates. Snow to slush to wet and then back to snow again. So wherever you're at, plan for snow-covered roads. It's going to be like that in your neighborhood as you leave your house or your apartment. And then it depends on where you're traveling. You could be seeing snow-covered roads your entire commute, or you could be hitting major roads like Garrity or the Cleveland Boulevard, Highway 2026 or 44, where snow-covered roads are prevalent. You could hit the freeway where snow's not an issue. It's just wet out there. So wherever you go, it depends. It just depends on the road, the location. Something we did notice, though, is temperatures kind of fluctuate from Boise to Nampa this morning. Is Nampa, or Boise that is, we're seeing temperatures around 34, 35 degrees. We're out in Nampa now. We're down to 29, so below freezing. So whatever moisture is out there, it's beginning to freeze and to get slick. So the big message is slick out there in many locations. Slow down. Give yourself plenty of time to get to work this morning. Don't worry, you'll be there. You'll get there if you take your time and pay attention to what's going on around you. Another note to mention this morning is some school closures. We do have a list of them on our website, ktv.com. You can also text the word closure or closings to 208-321-5614, and we'll send a list of those closures directly to your phone. But for those of you in Boise or West Ada school districts, you're going to school today. They have not canceled school, so school is in session in both Boise and West Ada. College of Western Idaho is also holding classes today all day long, so if you attend CWI, you will be going to class today as well. And again, those closures that are out there, you can find that on our website at ktv.com. Back out here on the roads, we're still on Garrity Boulevard. We're headed to the Interstate to see what's going on there, checking on the Interstate conditions again this morning. And it kind of just depends on where you're at. Snow-covered roads, some slushing around there. Just kind of keep an eye on that. Right now on Garrity, we're kind of seeing the tire paths in the roadway here. That's kind of clear, but then outside and around that, snow. So slow down, give yourself extra time to get where you're going. Pay attention to the cars around you, in front of you. I've been calling people out most of the morning this morning. We've been seeing people dart in and out and kind of speeding, going above what the suggested speed limit is for snow conditions. Slow down, you'll get to where you're going. Just be patient and be aware of what's going on around you. We will be keeping you up to date right here on KTV.com, KTV Plus throughout the morning, as well as on Wake Up Idaho and throughout the Today Show on road conditions around the Treasure Valley. Thanks for joining us. We'll check in a little bit. Good morning here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus. I am News Channel 7's Tyson White, and we have been out on the roads all morning long. We're approaching the 7 o'clock hour here in the Boise area, and we have just gotten off the Interstate, I-84, and we're headed north now on Eagle Road, and the conditions have changed just slightly out here. As we're seeing a little bit more snow on the road, but we're still able to see the pavement, we're still able to see the traffic lines out here. I can tell you, we've seen several plows on this road since getting off the freeway. This is the third one that's just passing our field of view here. Crews are really getting a good handle on the interstate out there this morning. The road conditions out there are wet, and traffic's moving along quite well into the Boise area this morning on the interstate, so that's good news there. Outside of that, though, it really depends on where you're at, depending on the road conditions. We've seen icy, we've seen snowy, and then we've seen wet conditions throughout the morning. We started our commute about 5 o'clock in the downtown Boise area, and in that area was wet, and roads were clear for the most part. As we got out to the Cobble area, we started getting off the interstate onto Highway 44 and Highway 2026, and that was where we started seeing those snow-covered roads out there. Slick conditions. We fishtailed in one location as well. So the temperature is another thing we've been keeping an eye on this morning. We were out in the Nampa Cobble area. It was 28, 27 degrees out there in some places. We're now in the Meridian and Eagle area, and we're back up to 33. So we're hovering right around freezing. Some places are below freezing, and that's what's keeping those roads slick out there. The big message this morning is slow down, give yourself plenty of time to get where you're going, and be patient. We've seen a lot of cars darting in and out of traffic, trying to get to where they're going. If you're running late, chances are your boss or your supervisor is going to understand that you're running late because there's snow in the area. So slow down, be patient, and just pay attention to what's going on around you. Pay attention to the other cars and the traffic out there. Something else, too, that we want to mention, there are a handful of school closures out there. Caldwell, Valley View school districts are out today. But Boise, West Ada, and the College of Western Idaho are all holding classes today, so you'll be going to school this morning. For a full list of school closures, you can text 208-321-5614. You can text the word closing to that number, and we'll send a list of school closures directly to your phone. There's also a list online at ktv.com. Something else to keep a note, Hector's been mentioning it this morning on Wake Up Idaho. We could see another dusting of snow throughout the morning. We could also see some slight chances of rain as well, so that could be making some icy conditions out there. So be prepared for that as we go through the morning. Just a fun little note here this morning. My photographer and I, Troy Colson, we've been out on the roads for almost 3 hours this morning, and the car keeps asking us if we want to take a break, grab a coffee. So if you're not in a big hurry this morning, you're out on the road, it might be a good time to go take a quick break and stop at a coffee shop and grab a cup of coffee this morning. We will be updating you throughout the morning here, throughout the Today Show as well on KTVB, on road conditions here in the Treasure Valley. So far, so good. We haven't heard of any major crashes or collisions out there this morning. I think it's because people are taking their time. They're slowing down and just being aware of what's out there. Again, we're on Eagle Road. We're headed north. We're headed into the Eagle area right now. So far, road conditions are looking okay. A little bit of snow outside of the lanes of travel, but not really slowing things down out here right now. So again, be careful, be slow, and pay attention out there. We'll have another update right here on KTV.com and KTV Plus as we continue tracking road conditions this morning. Good morning. Thanks for joining us here on KTVB.com and KTVB Plus. You are looking at a live shot outside the windshield of our car here on State Street, Highway 44. We are just going through the intersection of State Highway 55 and 44. And the roads out here are a bit slushier than what we've seen throughout the morning. A lot more snow and slush here. Traffic is moving along quite well though, but that slush is something to be careful of this morning. And again, we've been talking throughout the morning here on Plus and on Wake Up Idaho that it depends on where you're at for road conditions this morning. One quick note here too, we have been using the mister and the wipers quite a bit in different areas throughout the morning to keep that spray from the cars in front of us off of the windshield. So make sure you got your windshield wipers in good working order and you got plenty of fluid in there too to clear off all that extra moisture that's landing on the windshield this morning. Again, we're on Highway 44 headed into the Boise area this morning, and it was slushy, more slushy towards Eagle. It's kind of letting off a little bit wetter here in the Garden City, Boise area. So that's something to be mindful of. We were out in Canyon County throughout the morning as well, and the conditions out there were a lot more snow-covered roads out there. They were also seeing colder temperatures in the 20s out there as well. Here in the Garden City, Boise area, we're seeing 33, 34 degrees. So that's kind of helping keep those road conditions at bay in some places, keeping the melting going in some places as well. Also of note this morning, school closures. There's a couple of them. Caldwell, Valley View schools are closed. There's a list of them. You can find that list by texting closure or closings to 208-321-5614, and we'll send a list directly to your phone to see that list of closures. But Boise, West Ada, and College of Western Idaho school districts, Boise and West Ada school districts and the College of Western Idaho all holding classes today. So sorry kiddos, there's no snow day for you out there today. But again, check out KTV.com for that list of school closures. Also, you can check out KTV.com for the latest forecast. Hector Mendoza has been keeping track of winter conditions throughout the morning on Wake Up Idaho, and he has been saying that we could see another dusting of snow here across the Treasure Valley this morning, as well as some rain. We have a cold front moving in this afternoon that's going to kind of bring in a little bit more moisture and some colder temperatures as well. So that's something to keep in mind as we're headed out today throughout your commute. But if you're headed on your commute, we were on the interstate probably about 20 minutes ago, and things were moving along at a pretty good clip. Things were wet though on that road, so be aware of that this morning. It's really going to depend on where you're at. Those road conditions could change, they could fluctuate, they could improve, and they could decrease as well throughout the morning. So when you head out this morning, give yourself extra time, slow down, be patient, and be careful as you're headed out on your commute this morning. We will keep you updated right here on KTV.com and KTV Plus throughout the morning, as well as throughout the Today Show on Channel 7, excuse me, with road conditions and what we're seeing out here as we make our way back into the Boise throughout the commute along with you right here on KTVB. Good morning here on KTVB.com and KTVB Plus. We are out on the roads this morning, checking in on road conditions. I'm News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are on Chinden Boulevard, Highway 2026, headed west this time, back towards Eagle Road, just to kind of see what things are looking like out here. We have been all over the valley this morning. We've seen just about every road condition we could possibly see. And right now in 2026, headed to the Eagle Road area, we are seeing pretty clear conditions for the most part. A little bit of slush out here. It's wet. The temperature is right at freezing, 32 degrees around here. Big thing is, and I've been calling people out all morning, I'm going to call them out continuously here, slow down. You will get to where you're going. Trust me, if you slow down, be patient, and pay attention to the cars and others around you. Your boss will understand if you're a few minutes late because it's snowy out there. We are seeing some slick conditions around the Treasure Valley. Like I mentioned, it really depends on where you're at, where you're driving. And as we've kind of transitioned here, we're seeing the snow kind of picking back up on the roads. It's covered again in some places. It's kind of hard to see the lines in this area on Chinden Boulevard. But we started off our commute this morning around 5 o'clock in the Boise area. We were seeing wet, slushy roads there. Not too big of a concern. But as we got further out into Canyon County, we were seeing a lot more snow-covered roads and colder temperatures. So Canyon County is kind of really where we're seeing the issues when it comes to snow-covered roads out there. Snow-covered roads are going to be a thing too in subdivisions and some of the back streets here in the Ada County and the Boise areas as well. So be aware of that. If you're headed out this morning, take your time, plan a little extra time as well. Be patient and just be cautious. And there could be some slick areas out there and some snowy roads out there as well. Something else of note this morning, some school closures. We do have Caldwell and Valley View schools that are closed today. No school out there. Boise State is at a delayed start today, so 11 o'clock for them for classes. We'll start kicking off at 11 for Boise State as well. And then the big thing, Boise School District, West Ada School District, and College at Western Idaho are all holding classes today. So if you are looking for your school district or have other questions about school closures, you can text the word closure or closings to 208-321-5614. We'll send you a list of those school closures directly to your phone this morning. So again, we're back out here on the roads. We are stopped at the light here on Highway 2026, Chinden Boulevard at Eagle Road. Want to mention, I'm calling this person out. I'm not going to read their license plate, but turn your headlights on. Be visible so other cars can see you out there. It is not a day to be messing around on the roads. Turn your headlights on, keep your windshields clear, and slow down. Give yourself some extra space. Be aware of the cars and people around you. There's no sense in getting in a wreck if you can prevent it. So slow down, be prepared, and just be road wise out there today. That's kind of the big thing out there. Right now we're seeing road conditions. We've seen some slush right here in the intersection, but overall things are moving along out here in the Boise area. Again, we are just above freezing now. We're at 33 degrees in this area, but the temperatures and conditions fluctuate around the valley. So just be cautious, be aware of those snow-covered roads, some slick roads out there. There may even be some black ice in areas where it's melted and now is freezing again. So, and black ice is kind of hard to tell because it looks like it's wet, but it's actually slick. So just be aware of that out there. Take your time, be slow, and you'll get to where you're going this morning. Again, you can stay up to date with us. We'll be up here continuing to check on road conditions through the 8 o'clock hour here in the Boise area. So far, no big delays or big issues out there to be aware of. The Interstate's moving along at a pretty good clip the last time we were checking on that. Wet conditions on the Interstate, but things are moving along. We will keep you updated right here on KTV.com and KTV Plus, as well as throughout the Today Show, right here on the roadways here in the Treasure Valley. Good morning, and thank you for tuning in here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus for this live stream of traffic conditions around the Treasure Valley this morning. I'm News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are out on Highway 2026 Chinden Boulevard in the North Meridian area. We just passed Linder Road in the development that's out here where Fred Meyers and the Winco is at, but this area is seeing snow-covered roads out here, and we're kind of hard to see even the lines of where the travel lanes are out in this area. The temperature that is now below freezing. We're down to about 31 degrees, so it is keeping things solid and cold out here. We've seen it fluctuate all throughout the morning from Boise all the way out to Caldwell and Middleton. Those roads have been snow covered, they've been wet, they've been icy. It really depends on where you're at and what the temperature is in that area. So the big message this morning is slow down, pay attention, and give yourself extra time and space between the car around you, and just pay attention to others around you as well. Of calling out some folks this morning, we've been seeing a lot of people darting in and out of traffic, a lot of people with their windows, their back windows and other windows covered in snow still, and no headlights. Turn your headlights on, get those windshields cleared, and slow down and just be patient. Your boss and your supervisors will understand that you're a few minutes late because of those wintry conditions that we're having out there. The good news is we haven't really seen any big issues, whether it's traffic, whether wrecks or anything like that out so far this morning, which is a good thing. So most people are heeding those messages of slowing down, paying attention, and just being aware of the snowy conditions out there. We took the interstate from Boise to Caldwell this morning at about 5 o'clock, and conditions on that stretch of roadway were pretty good. It was wet, it was a little bit slushy at the start of it in the downtown area, but so far the interstate has been moving pretty smoothly this morning, as we've seen kind of differing temperatures and differing conditions across the area. Right now, again, we're on Highway 2026 in the North Meridian area. We just passed a 10-mile road out here, and it's still snow-covered heading in the west area. Looking at the eastbound lanes as well, it's snow-covered on that side as well. Traffic is moving, though, at a pretty good clip on both sides out here. So things are moving along. They're just moving pretty slowly as well, getting into that morning commute. Something else to mention, too, this morning, Boise State University has a delayed start this morning. They're starting classes up at 11 o'clock this morning. College of Western Idaho, they are holding classes all day today. And then the West Ada School District and the Boise School District is in session today. So sorry, kiddos, in those school districts, you are going to school today. Caldwell, Valley View, you are not in school today. And we have a complete list of school closures and other closures out there, like daycares, as well as Montessori schools out there. You can text and find that list by texting us at 208-321-5614. You can send us the word closure, and we'll send you that list of school closures directly to your phone. You can also find that list on KTV.com. You can also find on KTV.com our full forecast. Hector Mendoza has been talking about it throughout this morning on Wake Up Idaho. We could see a few more flurries and maybe some rain showers throughout the morning as well, as we've got this wintry mix here in the area. Temperatures, they're going to stay right around freezing. That's what's going to kind of keep things a little bit dicey out on the roadways this morning. It's going to keep things interesting too. So be aware of your surroundings. Be aware of the roadways out there. We're just seeing some slick conditions in a lot of places and snowy, icy, kind of snow-packed roads out there. So pay attention, slow down, be aware of the roads in the Treasure Valley as you make your way into town for work or to school this morning. We will be keeping you updated right here on KTV.com and KTV Plus, the road conditions across the Treasure Valley this morning. Thanks for joining us. We'll check in just a little bit. Good morning, and thank you for joining us here on KTVB.com and KTVB Plus. I have News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are out on the roads keeping tabs on the road conditions this morning. We've been out here since about 5 o'clock this morning. We are currently on Star Road headed south. We just passed McMillan Road, the intersection there. And this road seems to be pretty decent. It's clear in the lanes of travel. There is snow on the shoulder and snow in kind of the middle portion of the road. But pretty decent traction on this road right here. We were on Highway 2026 Chinden Boulevard in the North Meridian area, and that road was pretty snow covered. It was hard to see the lines in the travel lanes, and folks were moving pretty slow. I will note that there was a pretty heavy stream of traffic headed eastbound from the Canyon County area into the Ada County area on Chinden Boulevard. So the traffic volumes are up out there this morning. We're going to get to the freeway here in just a bit and see what that's looking like, but throughout the morning, the freeway has looked pretty decent. It's moved around at a pretty good clip. Wet conditions out there. Most areas in the Boise, Ada County area, we're seeing slushy conditions on major roadways. Side streets, we're still seeing a bit of snow and some slush out there. So that's kind of what you're contending with at Ada County. In Canyon County is a slightly different story. It kind of fluctuated depending on where you're at out there. We were out in the Caldwell, Middleton area, out in that region, and we were seeing some pretty snow-covered roads. Some of the major roads like Highway 2026 Chinden Boulevard and State Street, Highway 44, were snow-covered as well, and that's kind of seeming to still be the case in many locations out there. Right now, again, we're on Star Road. We just passed Ustick Road, and we're headed south, and this road seems to be pretty decent. There's snow, like I mentioned, on the shoulder and in the middle of the road, but the good news is we have not seen anything major this morning in the way of accidents or crashes. We do know there's some slowdowns, and folks are moving at a slow clip out there, which is good considering the amount of snow and rain we've been seeing out here on the roadways this morning. When it comes to school closures, we've seen a couple of them. Caldwell and Valley View schools are closed today. However, the big two, Boise School District and West Ada School Districts, are in session today. So those kids are probably getting ready to head out to the bus and get dropped off at school. So sorry, kids, there's no snow day for you out there. But if you'd like a full list of school closures, you can check out our article on KTVB.com. You can also text the word closure or closings to 208-321-5614 for the latest list of closings, and we'll send those to your phone directly. Also, a couple of quick mentions here. Boise State University is on a delayed start today for classes. They'll start at 11 o'clock today, and then College of Western Idaho is in session for all classes today as well. That's kind of the wrap up out here. We're not seeing, like I said, we're not seeing a whole lot of big issues to contend with. The big message today is just go slow and be patient. Give yourself some extra space between you and the cars in front of you. Slow down. There is the chance, we're hovering now at 28 degrees in this area. There's a chance of some ice and some black ice popping up out there. Also, some of that water that melting that we've seen throughout the morning may be freezing up again. So just be aware of that. Be patient. Take your time. Your supervisors, your work will understand that you may be a little late this morning as you head out into the community, into the commute this morning. So be patient. That's the big message out there. Again, we'll be keeping track of the road conditions here in the Treasure Valley throughout the rest of the morning and throughout the Today Show on KTVB.com. As always, you can check out KTVB.com for the latest on your weather as well and your drive commute as well out there. We'll check back in right here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus here in just a little bit. Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us here on KTVB.com and KTVB Plus. I'm News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are out on the roads this morning, keeping tabs on the road conditions. Right now, we are on Franklin Road in the Meridian area. We're in between Linder and Meridian roads. This road seems to be decent. There's a bit of snow in the outside of the travel lanes. And traffic is moving at a pretty decent clip. We've been kind of riding along the interstate, kind of parallel to them as well, and that has been moving at a decent clip as well. We were on it a couple times throughout the morning, and it was wet, but moving along pretty decently. There's that funny little note again. We're driving a Toyota RAV this morning, and it keeps asking us if we'd like to take a break, grab a cup of coffee, and we may just have to do that here pretty quick. You may want to do that too on your commute in this morning, maybe a little bit longer, as traffic is a little bit slower this morning with that snow and icy conditions out there. The big thing is it's kind of fluctuating between where you're at around the Treasure Valley. We were on portions of Eagle Road earlier this morning, and there was portions where the pavement was clear, it was just wet. There was other portions where it was snow covered and kind of packed in there. Franklin Road's kind of looking that same way, where more traffic has kind of traveled through, it's kind of been cleared and it's a little slushy. We are in between Meridian Road and Main Street here in Meridian, and that's kind of the case here. The pavement, you can see the pavement, you can see the traffic lines, but there's a little slush in between. So depends on where you're at. We are at 31 degrees here in the Meridian area, and we're below freezing. So that could potentially cause some slick conditions depending on where you're at out in the area. We were out in Canyon County earlier this morning. That's kind of where we saw more of the snow-covered roads. Highway 44 near the interstate, and Highway 2026 near the interstate as well were snow-covered and slicker out there. Downtown Nampa seemed to really have a handle on the roads. The roads were clear for the most part out there. Caldwell saw a few snow-covered, snow-packed roads. The Boise area this morning, we were seeing wet, kind of slushy conditions out there. We're going to get back into Boise here in a bit and see what we're kind of dealing with there. But for the most part, the commute's been pretty smooth, not a big deal. It's been slow, and that's kind of the big message. Take your time, be patient, clear your windshields, make sure your headlights are on, make sure you people are visible and you can see people as well, other cars. Give yourself some extra space and extra time. Trust me, your supervisor will understand if you're a few minutes late this morning. There's no need to rush and dart in and out of traffic. We've seen a few daredevils out there trying to get to work quicker or get to where they're going faster. So take your time, be patient, and you'll get to where you're going, trust me. We have been, like I said, we're out on the roads, keeping track on things, and we'll continue to do that throughout the morning. And we'll keep you updated right here on KTV.com and KTV Plus. Also of note, I know school has started for many kids in many areas. Boise School District, West Ada School District is in session today. Caldwell, Valley View school districts are out of school today. We have a full list of closures. There's a couple daycares and some Montessori schools as well that have closed. You can get that list. You can have it sent to your phone. You can text the word closure, closures, closings to 208-321-5614, and we'll send a list directly to your phone. You can also find that list online at ktvb.com. Also, one other thing that has been mentioned throughout the morning, Hector's been kind of keeping tabs on the forecast and what we can expect throughout the day. There's still a chance that we could see a few more flurries and some rain throughout the morning across the Treasure Valley. So for your full first alert forecast, you can check out ktv.com. Hector's got a kind of a good wrap-up of what we're expecting and what we've seen so far here in the Treasure Valley. For KTV and KTV.com, KTV Plus, I'm Tyson White. We'll have another update here on KTVB when we've got something to report. All right, good morning. Thank you for joining us here on KTVB.com and KTV Plus. We have been keeping tabs on the road conditions across the Treasure Valley this morning. I'm News Channel 7's Tyson White. We are on Franklin Road. We're now in the Boise area. We're about a quarter mile from the Curtis Road intersection here. This has been kind of our slowest portion of the drive this morning, headed in the Boise area. People are moving at a slow clip, but they're moving. This road right here, the road conditions, there's a little bit of slush out there. We are hovering around 33, 34 degrees here in the Boise area, and it's kind of a solid slush, so it's kind of solidified and frozen up a little bit. But it's not as slick as you would expect it to be, but that's not the case everywhere. The conditions across the Treasure Valley kind of range widely. We were out in the Cobble area this morning. We were seeing a whole lot of snow-covered roads out there. In the Boise area, when we first started off this morning about 5 o'clock, it was wet and kind of slushy. And the interstate, the good news, the interstate has been kind of been moving at a good pace, but it's been wet out there, so it's been kind of good news for the interstate. ITD crews seem to have gotten a pretty good handle on that. ACHD crews have got a pretty decent handle on most of the major roadways here in the Ada County area. In fact, we're standing right next to an ACHD truck here at Franklin and Curtis. But crews out in the Canyon County area too, they're out there. We've seen several plows throughout the morning. We've also seen folks out there getting their sidewalk shoveled, which is a good thing, helping out their neighbors and community members, making sure that folks can get to where they're going no matter what they're doing, whether it's walking or biking or that type of thing. Throughout the morning, though, we haven't seen any precipitation falling, but that could change. Hector has been mentioning throughout the morning that we could see some more flurries and a little bit of rain out there, so that's something to keep in mind as you're headed out throughout the morning. And 8 o'clock hour here, 8:18 here in the Boise area, and the commute seems to be kind of coming to a slow end. Things are moving good. We've only seen one slide off, that was on the interstate around Eagle Road. That was earlier this morning. That's been cleared since then. But nothing real major to speak of this morning in terms of crashes or slide-offs or accidents, which is a good thing. So folks are actually heeding that message of slowing down and paying attention if you're headed out. Though, if you are headed out this morning, there are still some side roads that are probably still snow-covered. Crews are still working to get some de-icer out there and get those roads cleared as well. But overall, the message is the commute has been pretty decent for the conditions we've seen out there. We will be fluctuating around 35, 34, around freezing mark throughout the morning. So anything that does melt could freeze up again. That could cause some black ice and some slick conditions out there. Pay attention, be aware, slow down, and give yourself some extra time and space between you and the cars around you. Also, if you're just leaving and getting ready to head out, make sure you've cleared all your windshields and make sure your headlights are on. That way you're more visible to the cars around you and that you're able to see things as well. We've seen a few cars out there that don't have their headlights on or have their windows still covered in snow, so that's kind of the message out there. And that's also a state law to keep your windows clear while you're out driving. Also, school closures, we've had a few today. I know a lot of schools are already in session. Boise, West Ada school districts, they are in session today. And the College of Western Idaho is in session as well throughout the day. Boise State, they've got a delayed start this morning. Classes will start resuming around 11 o'clock this morning for Boise State. If you'd like a list of school closures, daycares, and some Montessori's have also called in, you can text the word closure or closings to 208-321-5614, and we'll send a list directly to your phone. You can also find our full forecast from Hector Mendoza on our website at ktv.com as well. We're wrapping up our coverage here this morning. We are on Curtis Road, just crossing over the I-184 connector overpass. And the connector is looking pretty good right now, too, of what we can see. And road conditions on Curtis are bare and wet right now. So if you're headed out, the commute is looking fairly decent. Just be aware, there may be a few slick spots and some slowdowns out there as well. Take your time, be patient, and trust me, you'll get to where you're going this morning. Just be patient, slow down. Thanks for joining us here on KTV.com, KTV Plus, and KTVB. We will have updates throughout the day online at KTV.com.